The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 8, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jerry L. Carl to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders from the morning hour debate. The chair will recognize between the parties and the time equally allotted between the parties. And each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but it in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. I got it. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 3.5 years since President Biden first took office, our country has seen inflation grow by over 20%. By failing to control runaway prices that have seen the cost of gasoline spike by 50% and the cost of groceries rise by over 20%, President Biden has failed the American people. Instead of addressing the fact that the average family is now paying an additional $1,000 a month to afford the basics, President Biden has canceled student loan debt. He has increased government spending, and he has mandated Green New Deal initiatives that only drive costs higher and higher. This inflation is simply a tax on every American, and as a result, real wages have fallen by nearly 4% since 2021. Throughout his presidency, while Americans have been forced to use their savings just to make ends meet, President Biden has been asleep at the wheel. The American people deserve a president who will once again put their needs first. It is time to rein in the wasteful spending of the Biden administration and return to the fiscal restraint that we saw under President Trump. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past week, as we celebrated the 4th of July, we recognized the 248th anniversary of declaring that we could govern ourselves. As American citizens, it is our right to elect our representatives at every level of government. In recent years, however, we have seen states and localities permit non-citizens to register and to vote in U.S. elections. Allowing this to occur directly undermines the sanctity of our elections. It is time to confront and address this issue by passing the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, which would ensure that anyone registering to vote provides proof of U.S. citizenship. Further, this legislation would provide states with access to existing federal databases, giving them the tools that they need to clean up voter registration rolls and remove non-U.S. citizens. Let's make this clear. Only eligible U.S. citizens should vote in each and every American election. It is time to enhance our election security, and it's time to put a stop to allowing non-citizens voting in U.S. elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byers, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise today to congratulate my constituent, Thomas Hager Blatnick, on his 37 years of service to the U.S. House of Representatives. For over 37 years, Tom worked right here in the U.S. Capitol. Shortly after graduating from Curry College, he started at the Capitol working for the doorkeeper of the House. And over the course of his career, he worked under 5 different sergeants at arms. He was a familiar face to many in the House galleries and check stands, where he greeted hundreds of thousands of visitors. He loved the jobs he held, and it showed. He considered it a genuine honor to work every day in an important place where policy decisions were made and debated and laws were being passed. And he took special pride in working in the same place as his father, Congressman John A. Blatnick, who represented Minnesota's 8th District for 28 years. Like his father, Tom enjoyed sharing information and giving tours of the Capitol, and he never missed giving a chance to give mementos of the Capitol building to friends, family, and others he thought would enjoy a token of the place that was so special to him. Tom had great admiration and affection for colleagues he worked with in the office of the Sergeant at Arms and for the Capitol Police. He valued and admired their dedication, hard work, and bravery, and stayed in close touch with many of them after they retired or moved on. He genuinely and deeply cared for others. He had enormous empathy for those with disabilities, for whom life presented special challenges, because he was diagnosed with dyslexia as a child. When Congress passed the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990, it was deeply meaningful to him, and he considered it a privilege both to be in the front row seat of the House gallery for the debate and was honored to join legislators and other special guests at the White House for the signing of the act into law. I offer my hearty congratulations to Tom and thank him for nearly 4 decades of service to the U.S. House. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Muscatine County Vietnam veteran Staff Sergeant Keith Ornsby, who finally received an Air Medal and his Purple Heart for injuries sustained in battle 54 years ago. As Mr. Ornsby's representative in Congress, I had the privilege of pinning him with the Purple Heart and personally thanking him for his dedicated service to our country during a special ceremony that took place on our nation's Independence Day. On January 31st, 1970, while leading his platoon through the Vietnamese jungle and unloading a helicopter at a landing zone, Mr. Ornsby's unit was ambushed, resulting in him being shot and wounded. Due to the chaotic nature of those times, the paperwork for his Purple Heart was never processed, and he was air evac'd out of Vietnam immediately. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of the Muscatine County VA, we were finally able to properly recognize this hero. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Mr. Ornsby for his service to our country and expressing our gratitude to the Muscatine County VA and Eric for their exceptional work. God bless our veterans, and may God bless the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the service and career of Donnell Dorio, who will be retiring after nearly 4 decades serving our nation's heroes at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Donnell is a lifelong resident of Iowa's 1st District, having grown up on a small farm in Washington, Iowa. She began her service at the Iowa City VA Medical Center in 1986 as a ward clerk and rose up through the ranks over the decades to become a management and program analyst today. Because of Dawn, the Iowa City VA was able to provide world-class health care and benefits to our veterans. In her free time, Donnell also volunteers as a court-appointed special advocate, where she serves as a fierce advocate for child welfare. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating Donnell's amazing career and wishing her the absolute best on a well-earned retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Jensen Wedeking of Bellevue, Iowa, for receiving the American Medal of Merit. As a member of Bellevue's Boy Scout Troop 86, Jensen achieved the prestigious Eagle rank in 2023 after leading various community projects. However, his most remarkable achievement came when he saved the life of his friend. During a nighttime drive, Jensen's friend suffered an allergic reaction to peanuts. Acting swiftly and drawing on his Boy Scout training, Jensen administered life-saving epinephrine via an EpiPen before rushing his friend to the hospital. This quick thinking and exemplary first aid skills really underscore Jensen's exceptional character and deep concern for others, qualities that define recipients of the Medal of Merit. This national award is bestowed upon scouts who demonstrate uncommon valor and compassion in critical situations, criteria that Jensen undoubtedly fulfilled. Congratulations on Jensen on this well-deserved recognition and on your quick thinking. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a remarkable man whose passion for history has led to the immortalization of some of Iowa's forgotten heroes. Tom Woodruff stands as a testament to the dedication and tenacity in preserving the legacy of the Littleton brothers, Union soldiers who gallantly fought during the Civil War. Tom's journey began with a faded scrapbook, a gift that sparked a relentless pursuit of truth. Through decades of meticulous research and community-driven efforts, he immortalized the Littleton brothers in granite, ensuring that their story endures along the Great River Road. His leadership in constructing the Toolsboro Memorial exemplifies his commitment to honoring our past with dignity and respect. His unwavering dedication and selfless service to Louisa County's history resonate deeply with us all. Thank you, Tom Woodruff, for your indomitable spirit and for reminding us that history, when cherished and honored, binds us together as a community and as a nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor all the Iowa Hawkeyes who have qualified for the Paris 2024 Summer Olympics. These incredible athletes, ranging from disciplines like wrestling, track and field, rowing, and basketball, embody the excellence and determination encouraged in Iowa City. The athletes competing have worked hard their entire lives for this opportunity, the opportunity to represent their countries in the sport that they love while the entire world watches them. Their journey to this global stage exemplifies the dedication and resilience that defines what it means to be a Hawkeye. As they prepare to represent Iowa and showcase their skills before the world and represent our nation, let us unite in cheering them on and sending our support. May their performances inspire future generations of athletes and bring home the gold. As always, go Hawkeyes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish a very boisterous happy birthday to my sister, Mary Eleanor Martino. Happy birthday, Mary Eleanor. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5441, the Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship Reauthorization Act of 2023, which I introduced as the lead Democratic sponsor along with my Republican colleague and Long Island Sound Caucus co-chair Nick LaLota from New York. This overdue bipartisan bill, which will be voted on this evening, reauthorizes critical Long Island Sound program funding, which expired at the end of the 2023 fiscal year. Congress must reauthorize this important program as soon as possible to ensure that federal funds can continue to preserve and protect this unique body of water in the most densely populated area of our country. Mr. Speaker, Long Island Sound is a national treasure. It is a tidal estuary that stretches 110 miles west to east, from the East River in New York City to Block Island Sound in Rhode Island. Its depth ranges from 65 feet to 230 feet, allowing transit for large and small ocean-going vessels. 18 freshwater rivers flow into its salt waters, inducing an abundant array of plant life, fish, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, crustaceans, and birds. It has been inhabited by humans for centuries before European settlement up to the present. Now more than 20 million Americans live within an hour's drive from its shores. It is also a powerful engine to the region's economy, including maritime transportation, commercial and recreational fishing, ecotourism, and other water-dependent industries, including shipbuilding. Submarine construction at Electric Boat Shipyard in Groton, Connecticut, in my district in southeastern Connecticut, employs 16,000 workers and another 7,000 at Quonset Point in Rhode Island. With all of that activity, it is clear an organized effort is required to sustain the Long Island Sound economy in a way that balances growth with its core natural coastal habitat. To respond to this need, Congress passed the Long Island Sound Stewardship Act, which provided federal dollars going back to 2006 for projects to revitalize the wildlife population. In 2018, Congress reauthorized that law and greatly expanded the annual investment to $40 million per year. Thanks to that funding, the amount of nitrogen entering Long Island Sound from sewage treatment plants has been reduced by 70% compared to the 1990s. Hypoxic conditions have been reduced by 58% compared to the 1990s, and over 2,239 acres of coastal habitat have been restored, and 750 conservation projects have been funded. Due to the advocacy of Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, Long Island Sound received $40 million in both 2023 and 2024, the largest funding level in the history of the program. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Congress must can continue to support this amazing success, we must move quickly tonight and pass H.R. 5441. Again, I want to thank my fellow caucus co-chair, Rep. Nick LaLota, and the Natural Resources Committee for their leadership in moving this bill forward, and urge my colleagues to vote in support. Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome Liat Benin Atzili to Washington, D.C., who is visiting the White House today to advocate for the safe return of all Israeli hostages being held by Hamas. Liat, a dual American Israeli citizen, and her husband, Aviv, were violently taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th from their kibbutz near Oz. Liat's extended family lives in Waterford, Connecticut. She has, in fact, visited that coastal town just weeks before the October 7th attack. When her cousin and Waterford resident, Jerry Fisher, learned that Liat and her husband were kidnapped, he immediately called me on the morning of October 8th. Within just a few hours, my chief of staff, Ayanti Grant, set up Liat and Aviv as missing person cases to the U.S. State Department and the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, immediately putting those agencies into action. Over the following weeks, those agencies worked with the Atzili family closely to ensure that her release was a top priority for the administration. Thanks to President Biden and Secretary Blinken's persistent diplomatic efforts, Liat was released 53 days later, alongside 104 other hostages taken during that week-long ceasefire last November. Unfortunately, hours after Liat's release, she was informed that her husband, Aviv, had been murdered by Hamas on October 7th. The relief and joy that she and her family experienced upon her release was abruptly replaced by grief and sadness. Despite her traumatic loss, Liat is here today in Washington as a living, breathing example of what the diplomacy and negotiation can achieve. She wants to make sure that every other hostage gets the same result that she did. I thank Liat, her father, Yehuda Benin, and her cousin, Jerry Fisher, for taking this horrific experience to then turn around and call for a just and lasting peace in Palestine and Israel. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to notify the House of the creation of the Congressional El Salvador Caucus, for which I will serve as chairman, and for which I have appointed the gentleman from Texas, Vicente Gonzalez, to serve as the bipartisan co-chairman. Congressman Gonzalez has extensive relationships and insights drawn from his time in El Salvador and throughout Latin America, and undeniably that will assist in leading the caucus. Mr. Speaker, El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, has converted El Salvador from the murder capital of the world into a reliable and stable partner for peace and security for the United States of America. The El Salvador Caucus will exist to nurture and advance the U.S.-El Salvador relationship, to encourage strong borders, strong culture, and the strong reforms that President Bukele has put into effect. They've defeated the gangs. They've put prosperity on the march in El Salvador, and even the 70,000 people who are incarcerated in that country are not just seeing their lives wasted away. President Bukele has instituted a zero leisure policy where they are now restoring buildings and murals and actually rebuilding the country that so many of them had a hand in ravaging through gang warfare. The purpose of this caucus will be to vindicate the choices that President Bukele has made that indeed strengthen the U.S.-El Salvador relationship. And El Salvador's resurgence has not existed as a consequence of falling for the siren song of globalism. Instead, President Bukele believes that the way El Salvador can lead within Central America and indeed throughout the West is by being the best version of themselves, not being excessively reliant on some of these globalist institutions. President Bukele has delivered instant justice to the satanic gangs and the endemic political corruption, but in fact, no good deed goes unpunished. Too often, our own government and even some members of this Congress mount attack after attack at El Salvador and President Bukele, presumably because the comeback that El Salvador is living is a breathing indictment of other failed ideologies. through the inspiration from El Salvador's astonishing transformation, the great American rejuvenation can become a reality as well, so that we can experience a triumphant return of safety and prosperity that we once inspired in others. I would invite my colleagues in the House and Senate to contact our office. We would love to have you as a member of the El Salvador Caucus as we strengthen the U.S.-El Salvador relationship, as we work to amplify some of the good decisions that are being made by President Bukele and his government, and as we hope that these good ideas have legs and can travel and can be copied and implemented for a more stable world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve to know whether or not the President of the United States is fully capable of performing his duties. After his cringeworthy debate performance, numerous public appearances, and even small private gatherings, many have concluded that he is not. However, the President's doctor stated in a routine physical assessment almost 5 months ago in February that President Biden, quote, fully executes all of his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations, close quote. Mr. Speaker, how can someone who needs pictures of what a podium and a stage are fully execute all of his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodation? That's the question House Republicans are asking by calling on the President's doctor to participate in a transcribed interview before the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Additionally, House Republicans are determined to receive the audio tapes from the President's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur. Yes, this is the same interview where Special Counsel Hur decided not to charge the President for his mishandling of classified documents because they were worried the President would, quote, present himself to a jury as he did during our interview of him as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory, close quote. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our country is in serious danger. Our enemies are watching the President let in millions of illegal immigrants at our southern border. They're watching as he fumbles his way through interviews where the questions are written by his staff beforehand. This is a constitutional crisis. Each administration official, campaign staffer, congressional Democrat, or members of the press who have shielded the President's condition from the American public is complicit in a cover-up that is causing our country great pain. Enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, it's time to restore accountability and respectability for this White House and the American people. It's the least the Tennesseans I serve back home deserve. A President of the United States capable of doing the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibling.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, God of now and all eternity, we approach you this day overwhelmed by everything that is far from holy, overtaken by concerns that even just this one day present. There is so much confusion and uncertainty. We ask that you would speak your living and powerful word into our worrisome moments. Divide our troubled souls from our wearied spirits, and discern and guide the actions and intentions of our hearts. The darkness of our lives, the shadows of fear and frustration have descended in our workplaces, our politics, and our homes. Show us we have nothing to fear when we let your light shine upon our lives, that you alone are our light and salvation. There is so much that needs to be done, but we are paralyzed in our failures and incapacitated by our inadequacies. Remind us again that your grace is sufficient for us. Your power is made perfect when we yield our whole selves, flaws and weaknesses, to your will. Among the many gods who will pursue or threaten to entrap us this day, there will be none like you. In these moments, may we always choose you. May we demonstrate our praise for you in all that we face today. For you alone are God. In your immortal and merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings, announced to the House and approved thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden is attempting to gaslight the American people by touting a 40% drop in daily illegal border crossings from the last couple of weeks. He even implied that the so-called drop shows a more secure border than the one he inherited from President Trump. That is a gross misrepresentation. No matter what the border numbers from June turn out to be, 1 month won't change the more than 9.6 million immigrant encounters under this president. Let's look at the facts. May marked 39 straight months of more illegal immigrant encounters than even the highest month under the Trump administration. President Biden simply cannot rewrite history. Each time the president boasts about a drop in encounters, he is acknowledging that he could have acted 3.5 years ago, but instead put our nation at risk with his open border policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. I messed that one up. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Mike McCall responded the day after the bizarre Biden debate performance where Biden claimed no U.S. service members died under his watch. McCall correctly identified the claim, quote, a lie, as 13 were murdered at the Abbey Gate terrorist attack alone. Sadly, this year, 3 Georgia Army reservists were killed January 28th by Iran puppet Hezbollah at Tower 22 in Jordan. America will not forget Specialist Kennedy Sanders, Sergeant William Rivers, and Specialist Breonna Moffett. The unintended re-election of Donald Trump by corrupt Judge Merchan is more evident every day. Polls for Trump overwhelmingly recognize judicial subversion, with Merchan earning my invitation to be my guest for the Trump inauguration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer, Northeast Ohio native Katie Moon will compete at her second Olympic Games. 4 years ago, she won the gold medal at the Tokyo Olympics in the pole vault. In her career, she has won golds at the Olympics, the World Championships, the Diamond League, and the NCAA Championships. Alumni of Olmsted Falls High School in Cuyahoga County, she is a shining example of what our district has to offer. Her hard work and desire to give back to the community exemplify what it means to be an American. From 2018 to 2023, Katie has won gold medals every year in various competitions. This summer, Katie, along with hundreds of other American athletes, will head to the Paris Olympic Games to represent our country and to once again bring home the gold. I thank you, Katie, for being an inspiration to young people across the district and the country. I look forward to seeing you on the highest podium. Go Team USA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote over the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 897 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 462, H.R. 897, a bill to provide for the establishment of the Alabama Underwater Forest National Marine Sanctuary and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 897, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
As recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 897, the Alabama Underwater Forest National Marine Sanctuary and Protection Act. Representative Carl's legislation seeks to protect an underwater forest located 10 miles off the coast of Gulf Shores, Alabama, in the Gulf of Mexico. At roughly 60,000 years old, this forest provides a window into our past in a way that is not found anywhere else on Earth. Protecting this resource is critical for the research efforts that it supports. This forest was first discovered by local fishermen in 2004 in the aftermath of Hurricane Ivan and has received attention from scientists and universities around the world. H.R. 897 designates the forest as a sanctuary in a manner which embraces the multiple use of our nation's natural resources. The legislation protects the forest by prohibiting the cutting or removing of the forest trees, while also providing protections for national security and law enforcement activity, commercial and recreational fishing, and energy production that was previously permitted or authorized. I commend my colleague, Representative Carl, for his efforts to advance the legislation. I support H.R. 897. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves, the gentlewoman from Nevada. For what purpose does she seek?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 897 would establish the Alabama Underwater Forest National Marine Sanctuary, which would safeguard a remarkable and ancient natural reserve. In 2014, Hurricane Ida unearthed a well-preserved ancient cypress forest still rooted in the mud, 60 feet underwater in the Gulf of Mexico, south of Gulf Shores, Alabama. Scientific analysis of the cypress trees reveals that they are over 50,000 years old, dating back to a time when the sea levels were approximately 400 feet lower than today. This forest is a unique relic of our planet's past and the only known site where a coastal forest of such antiquity remains preserved. The Alabama Underwater Forest is a valuable source of information, offering insights into ancient climate conditions, regional rainfall patterns, insect populations, and plant life on the Gulf Coast before humans inhabited the Americas. However, its preservation is under threat. In 2020, a furniture company applied for a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to harvest the ancient cypress wood for profit. Establishing this marine sanctuary will prevent commercial exploitation and protect this irreplaceable ecosystem for future generations. It will ensure that the site remains undisturbed, allowing for continued scientific research and environmental education. Additionally, the sanctuary will provide opportunities for ecotourism and research, boosting the local economy while fostering a greater understanding of our natural heritage. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to protect and preserve this unique piece of natural history. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, the sponsor of the bill.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. My bill, the Alabama Underwater Forestry National Marine Sanctuary and Protection Act, is an important measure to safeguard Alabama's ancient underwater cypress forest Importantly, this bill strikes a balance between conservation and recreation use of this site. By designating the underwater forest as a national marine sanctuary, we are preserving a one-of-a-kind, 60,000-year-old natural marvel. There isn't anything quite like it, and Alabama's underwater forest has been discovered in the size and the size and the age that we're dealing with here. The underwater forest offers an opportunity for recreational opportunities such as scuba diving and fishing. The bill ensures that the site remains protected, prohibited from removal of ancient trees while allowing responsible access for the public. Just like Yellowstone or Yosemite, this forest should be accessible to tourists while protecting from disruptive activities, and this bill does just that. It's critical to recognize the benefits that will ripple through the Alabama economy. We're not just preserving a natural wonder, we're laying the foundation for a substantial economic gain. This legislation ensures the underwater cypress forest remains a source of pride, wonder, and economic opportunity for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of the bill.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, we also have no further requests to speak, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, adoption of H.R. 897 will protect the underwater forest in the Gulf of Mexico for future scientific and research efforts while allowing for the multiple uses of the Gulf to continue to occur. This legislation also ensures that the Department of Commerce and NOAA work with state and local officials in Alabama, including the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. This approach to conservation and the protection of natural resources is consistent with the approach that Republicans have taken toward these issues, ensuring that the state and local officials are consulted and that voices with varying perspectives are heard and accommodated. Mr. Speaker, I'll just add that this is a very unique opportunity. A little over 20 years ago, we had no idea this forest was even there, and because the hurricane had deep waves that scoured the forest floor, they found really this marvelous resource of a cypress forest that once grew obviously on dry land when the ocean was at least 60 and probably many feet less deep than it is right now. So to be able to have this to study, to tell us more about our past, which should inform us about our future, is truly remarkable. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 897 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. A sufficient number have risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5441.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5441, a bill to reauthorize Long Island Sound programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5441, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5441, the Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship Act of 2023. Representative LaLota's legislation reauthorizes programs that promote collaboration between federal agencies, state and local governments, and other stakeholders to protect and preserve the Long Island Sound. H.R. 5441 reauthorizes the Long Island Sound Study through 2028 at current funding levels. The Long Island Sound Study was created in 1985, and for several decades it has been instrumental in protecting the sound in its broader watershed. The Long Island Sound Study established the Comprehensive Conservation and Management Plan that focuses on habitat restoration, water quality monitoring, and sets ecosystem targets for the next 20 years. A component of the program also provides grants to local officials deploying restoration projects. The program has been responsible for the restoration of more than 2,000 acres of habitat. With 4 million people living in the Sound's communities and 9 million in its watershed, protection of this resource helps to safeguard the region's economy and the environment. The Long Island Sound Study has been updated in recent decades to create more effective partnerships to manage the sound, to ensure that all stakeholders are at the table, and to provide resources to local officials carrying out projects. I thank Representative LaLota for his work on a bipartisan basis to reauthorize these important programs, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5441 would reauthorize the Long Island Sound programs at the current funding level of $40 million annually through fiscal year 2028. These vital programs include the Long Island Sound Grants and the Long Island Sound Stewardship Grants. The Long Island Sound is a tidal estuary and marine sound, and it is a unique and irreplaceable natural resource. It stretches across approximately 110 miles along the north shore of Long Island in the coast of Connecticut. Its extensive watershed reaches into Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Quebec. The Sound was formed around 15,000 years ago when a terminal moraine dam failed, allowing fresh water from glacial Lake Connecticut to mix with the Atlantic Ocean. This newly formed estuary supported indigenous communities for over 11,000 years before European colonization. Today, the areas surrounding Long Island Sound are heavily developed, leading to significant degradation of its water quality and ecosystems due to pollution from industry, agriculture, sewage, and runoff. Despite this, the Sound's unique hydrology and geology support diverse coastal ecosystems, including marshes, tidal pools, dunes, and eelgrass meadows. These habitats are home to abundant wildlife, including the endangered short-nosed sturgeon. Protecting these ecosystems and species remains an ongoing and critical challenge that requires continuous support. The management of Long Island Sound falls to the states, not the federal government. In 1985, Congress established the Management Conference of the Long Island Sound Study to address significant environmental issues affecting the Sound. This conference brings together the EPA, New York State, Connecticut, nonprofit organizations, and educational institutions to restore and protect the Sound and its watershed. The conference oversees numerous initiatives, including monitoring and pollution control programs, grant coordination, public education, outreach, and policy development. Reauthorizing these programs through H.R. 5441 is essential for the Sound's continued recovery and conservation. These efforts will help restore water quality, protect vital ecosystems, and ensure the Sound remains a vibrant and healthy resource for future generations. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for so many communities across Suffolk County and beyond, the Long Island Sound is so much more than a body of water. It is a way of life that is sustained and provided for our communities for generations. The Long Island Sound is a cornerstone of our environmental makeup, a driver of our local economy, and a hub of recreational and cultural activities for millions of people, Mr. Speaker. For decades, the Sound has faced numerous environmental challenges, including pollution, habitat loss, and the impacts of a changing world. These challenges have threatened the health of the Sound and the well-being of the communities that rely on it. That is why it is incredibly important that later today we will be voting on and hopefully passing my legislation, the Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship Reauthorization Act. This critical piece of legislation seeks to reauthorize vital programs that have been essential in preserving and restoring one of our nation's most treasured natural resources, the Long Island Sound. My legislation addresses these challenges head-on by authorizing robust funding and strategic initiatives to improve water quality, restore habitats, and enhance the resilience of the Sound's ecosystems. This bill also reauthorizes crucial programs that have already made significant strides in reducing nitrogen pollution, protecting wetlands, and promoting sustainable development along the shoreline. This legislation is not only about environmental protection, but investing in the future of our communities and the people who rely on the Sound. By continuing to safeguard the Sound, we are supporting the local economies that depend on tourism, fishing, and other maritime industries. We are also ensuring that future generations can enjoy the natural beauty and recreational opportunities that the Sound offers. I want to thank my colleague from across the aisle in the Sound, Congressman Joe Courtney of Connecticut, members of the bipartisan Long Island Sound Caucus, who have worked tirelessly on this legislation for more than a year, including my good friends, Representatives D'Esposito and Garbarino, and Chairman Graves and Chairman Westerman, whose leadership was instrumental in getting this legislation to the floor. Our collective efforts reflect a shared commitment to the health and prosperity of the entire region. I also want to thank the various stakeholders, environmental organizations, and community leaders who all pitched in and have tirelessly advocated for protection and restoration of the Sound, especially my friends at the Save the Sound and Citizen Campaign for the Environment. Mr. Speaker, the Long Island Sound is an irreplaceable natural asset, and we have to protect it. This legislation provides the tools and resources necessary to continue the important work of restoring and preserving this vital ecosystem. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and reaffirming our commitment to the Long Island Sound. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close.
One from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a son of a mariner and someone who has grown up on Long Island and in its waterways, I am proud to have co-sponsored Congressman LaLotta's legislation, H.R. 5441, the Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship Reauthorization Act. The bill authorizes and reauthorizes federal funding for the EPA to implement the Long Island Sound Conservation and Management Plan, as well as provide stewardship grants to New York State, municipal governments, and community stakeholder groups engaged in conservation activities around the Sound. By passing this critical piece of legislation, we can work to ensure the Long Island Sound program is reauthorized at adequate funding levels and the Sound's watershed and coastal habitats receive the attention they deserve. Not only will the program and grants provided help enhance the aesthetic beauty of the Sound, but they will also help provide critical support for water quality enhancement initiatives, which remains a key policy priority of mine. The Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship Reauthorization Act represents the latest iteration of Long Island's commitment to preserving our local environment, which is a tradition that stretches back to President Theodore Roosevelt, who spent many years of life advancing conservation initiatives.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 more seconds.
I will continue to support conservation efforts which benefit my constituents, New York at large, and this great nation. I applaud Congressman LaLotta for introducing this legislation as it is critical to preserving the Long Island that we love and call home. And I look forward to helping get this bill across the floor. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time, and I'm prepared to close.
The
And I
gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada yields, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the management of the United States natural resources requires effective coordination between all levels of government and local stakeholders. The legislation sponsored by Representative LaLota reauthorizes programs that support the health and well-being of Long Island Sound. By reauthorizing these programs, we allow this critical work to continue, conserving an important resource that is vital for the region's economy and the environment. Before I yield back, I would like to enter into the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on H.R. 5441.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5441? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the aye.
Yeas and the nays.
The gentleman. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in. Now the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing and be until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5770 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 468, H.R. 5770, a bill to reauthorize certain United States Geological Survey water data enhancement programs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5770, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my colleague Mr. Negus's bipartisan bill, which reauthorizes the federal priority stream gauges and the National Groundwater Resources Monitoring Programs through fiscal year 2028 at existing funding levels. The USGS operates and maintains a nationwide stream gauging network which monitors the amount of water flowing through streams and rivers across the country at any given point in time. Data from this network is used by public and private users, including government agencies responsible for water management and emergency responses, utilities, environmental agencies, and recreational interests. This data informs Americans on whether conditions are safe for fishing, boating, or rafting. Additionally, the National Groundwater Resources Monitoring Program administers a network of water level wells and water quality wells. The USGS makes this data publicly available through the National Groundwater Monitoring Network data portal. Given the groundwater is managed by individual states, this data enables states, stakeholders, and individuals to make decisions using the best available science. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Representative Negus's H.R. 5770, the Water Data Improvement Act. The Water Data Improvement Act represents a bipartisan approach to ensuring that water resource managers have the data they need to provide communities and the environment with access to safe, clean water. The legislation will promote successful drought resiliency strategies, strengthen essential programs, and increase water quality by reauthorizing the U.S. Geological Survey's National Groundwater Resources Monitoring Network, its federal priority stream gauge network, and improved water estimation, measurement, and monitoring grant funding through 2028. The impacts of these programs and grants have been transformative. The The National Groundwater Resources Monitoring Network brings together federal, state, local, and tribal agencies' groundwater monitoring efforts, while the Federal Priority Stream Gauge Network measures stream flow information to promote access to crucial groundwater and stream flow data for water resource managers. The legislation would also provide grants to develop, improve, and implement new methodologies and technologies for collecting, analyzing, and delivering water resource data. With 2024 on track to be the hottest year on record, and many communities throughout the West facing a historic drought crisis, it's imperative that we provide water resource managers with the tools that they need to collect and provide accurate data to develop and implement innovative water management and conservation plans. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Water Data Improvement Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Joe Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, my gratitude to the gentlewoman from Nevada, my distinguished colleague, Ms. Lee, for her leadership on this particular issue, her leadership in the Colorado River Caucus over the course of these last several years as the Upper Basin and Lower Basin states grapple with a historic drought, as was articulated. I could not say it any better than she did as to the bipartisan approach that she and others are championing here in the United States Congress, and I'm proud to add this particular piece of legislation to that approach. Of course, my gratitude to Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva for their consideration of this important bill. I have the honor, the privilege of representing the great state of Colorado in the United States Congress, and the headwaters of the Colorado River are in my district. And in Colorado, we know how important it is to preserve, to protect, to strengthen these critical water resources, and how important data is to that effort, which is why this bill is so important. As has been explained by both the chairman and by Representative Lee, the Federal Priority Streamage Network is a federally funded network of streamages to measure stream flow information for forecasting, for flood and drought planning, for water quality monitoring, and more. And the National Groundwater Resources Monitoring Network is a collaborative network that serves a similar purpose. At the end of the day, the improved water estimation, the measurement, and the monitoring technologies provide programs, or rather these programs provide grants to develop and implement new technologies and methodologies to measure water resources data. And each of these programs, I can certainly tell you, Mr. Speaker, are valuable sources for water users across the state of Colorado, across the upper basin states, the lower basin states, indeed across the Rocky Mountain West. It's critical that these efforts be supported and be authorized, which is why I am proud to sponsor this important bipartisan legislation. It's a simple bill, a non-controversial bill, one that I hope will earn the support of every member of this august body, and certainly look forward, after the House has considered it, to getting it across the finish line with our partners in the Senate, Senator Loomis from Wyoming, and Senator Hickenlooper, of course, from the great state of Colorado. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I respectfully yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today reauthorizes programs that provide data and inform real-time decision-making and long-term planning. The USGS water data is fundamental to national and local economies, protection of life and property, and effective management of our nation's water resources. I know personally in Arkansas, if I want to go float the nation's first wild and scenic river, the Buffalo National River, first thing I do is go online and look at the data from the USGS water gauges to determine where's the best place to float and this data is used all across the country in many different ways. So I appreciate Congressman Negus's work on the legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5770, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. Now the question is on, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 5770 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6062.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 466, H.R. 6062, a bill to restore the ability of the people of American Samoa to approve amendments to the territorial constitution based on majority rule in a democratic act of self-determination as authorized pursuant to an act of Congress delegating administration of federal territorial law in the territory to the President and to the Secretary of the Interior under Executive Order 10264, dated June 29, 1951, under which the Constitution of American Samoa was approved and may be amended without requirement for further congressional action, subject to the authority of Congress under the Territorial Clause of Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6062, the bill now under consideration.
Then the gentleman, without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6062, sponsored by Congresswoman Radewagen, aims to improve the amendment process for the Constitution of American Samoa. I appreciate Congresswoman Radewagen's work on this bill and her tireless efforts to represent the needs and views of American Samoa. H.R. 6062 would repeal Section 12 of Public Law 98-213, which requires any amendments or modifications to the Constitution of American Samoa, as approved by the Secretary of the Interior, to be made only by an act of Congress. This law was enacted in 1983 when there was concern among American Samoans about the Department of the Interior making unilateral amendments to the Constitution of American Samoa. The change in federal law ensured Congress would step in if the DOI attempted to make such amendments. These concerns proved to be unfounded, and since 1984, American Samoa has made attempts to return to the previous policy of DOI secretarial approval. Many now believe the current congressional approval requirement has stalled American Samoa's constitutional amendment process. H.R. 6062 would revert American Samoa's constitutional amendment process to the pre-1983 status quo by requiring approval from the Secretary of the Interior for amendments to the Constitution of American Samoa. I would like to note that Congress will retain its authority over American Samoa as provided by the Territorial Clause of the United States Constitution. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6062, which is sponsored by our colleague from American Samoa, Mrs. Radewagen. This bill would eliminate the requirement of Congress to approve changes to the American Samoan Constitution in addition to the Secretary of the Interior. When American Samoa drafted and ratified its constitutions in the 1960s, only the Secretary of the Interior was empowered to ratify amendments to it. However, in 1983, legislation was enacted to add Congress, in addition to the Secretary of the Interior, to the approval process for making changes to the Constitution. American Samoan leaders at the time objected to this additional step and urged returning to the prior process of needing only the Secretary to approve changes to their Constitution. In particular, American Samoan leaders feared that congressional involvement would threaten their current political status, which incorporates their traditional Matai chiefs and communal land ownership system. This legislation removes the duplicative, unnecessary step of requiring congressional approval for America Samoa to amend its own constitution. It is a common sense bill that promotes democracy and self-determination. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Ms. Radewagen.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6062, which repeals the outdated statute requiring amendments to American Samoa's Constitution be ratified by Congress. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Subcommittee Chair Hageman for their efforts to move this bill through committee, and I thank Ranking Members Grijalva and Leisure Fernandez for making this a bipartisan effort. I'd also like to extend my sincere gratitude to my fellow territorial reps, Representative Moylan and Representative Sablan, for their co-sponsorship and support. The original piece of legislation that H.R. 6062 repeals was moved through without regular order, and over the past several decades, multiple attempts were made to walk back the bill and allow the necessary hearings and oversight to occur. Today, that misstep has been corrected. H.R. 6062 provides equal treatment among the U.S. territories, as no other territory has a similar restriction on editing their local laws. It's a critical piece of legislation for American Samoa, allowing us to enact constitutional changes as approved by our people without the burden of unnecessary bureaucracy in Washington. This bill is designed to restore the essential structure of our government to what it was intended to be, providing a much-needed adjustment to the previous 1983 law. The 1983 law, as it stands, is inconsistent with the principles of local self-government over local affairs, an area where Congress has rightly delegated local authority to us. The current law imposes restrictions that are outdated and counterproductive, hindering our ability to govern ourselves effectively. This bill is about more than just procedural changes. It's about reaffirming our commitment to self-governance and democratic values. By removing unnecessary obstacles, we're reinforcing the principle that the people of American Samoa have the right and the ability to govern themselves. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too have no further requests for time and am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, H.R. 6062 would reinstate the process to approve amendments to the Constitution of American Samoa via approval of the Secretary of the Interior and address concerns of American Samoans. I'd again like to thank Congresswoman Radewagen for her work on this legislation. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6062? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rule is suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentleman from Arkansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5443 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 467, H.R. 5443. A bill to establish a policy regarding appraisal and valuation services for real property for a transaction over which the Secretary of the Interior has jurisdiction and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5443, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5443, legislation offered by Representatives Lee and Joyce. This bill would allow appropriately credentialed non-federal appraisers to perform appraisal and valuation services for the Department of Interior, regardless of whether they are licensed or certified in a particular state. This has been a long-standing practice for federal appraisers. However, non-federal appraisers must be credentialed in the state where they are conducting valuation or appraisal services. This disparity has led in part to an appraisal backlog that prevents the Department of the Interior from fulfilling its responsibilities to convey, exchange, or dispose of land in a timely manner. The Committee on Natural Resources has heard numerous concerns about the length and complexity of federal land transactions throughout this Congress, including the cumbersome appraisal process. This process affects communities that wish to take over federal land for economic or conservation purposes, as well as sportsmen and women who seek to consolidate checkerboard land ownership to allow for greater public access. This bill will address inefficient bureaucratic bottlenecks without jeopardizing the integrity of the valuation and appraisal process. Under this legislation, all appraisals must still be conducted in accordance with applicable standards found in the Uniform Appraisal Standards for Federal Land Acquisitions and the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. This is good bipartisan legislation that will remedy inefficiencies and improve land management. I'd like to commend Representatives Lee and Joyce for their efforts on this bill, thank them for engaging the committee early in the legislative process. I support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chair of the committee. I am pleased today that the House is considering the Accelerating Appraisals and Conservation Efforts Act, known as the ACE Act, my bipartisan, bicameral bill to cut red tape for everyone who relies on the federal government to buy, sell, or transfer public land. It will speed up appraisals and approvals for Nevada housing projects and cut governmental red tape that drives up housing costs. Outdoor enthusiasts will be able to enjoy the public lands they've fought to preserve, and it will allow for better, faster infrastructure to power our communities. The U.S. Department of Interior oversees hundreds of millions of acres of public lands nationwide. Its Bureau of Land Management alone stewards roughly 70% of the lands in my home state of Nevada. Before DOI is able to buy, sell, lease, trade, or conduct any type of land-related transaction, it must first make sure that these activities are done at fair market value to protect the public trust. But while full-time federal appraisers are able to work quickly and easily across state lines, the private appraisers on whom DOI must now rely to satisfy the growing demands on the agency can only work in specific states or territories in which they are individually credentialed. This is slowing progress across the country on a range of conservation, economic, housing, and infrastructure goals, all dependent on the DOI's ability to complete land transactions promptly. My bipartisan ACE Act would help alleviate and prevent appraisal bottlenecks by building upon a decades-old precedent of limited license reciprocity for appraisals established under the Bush-Quayle administration. It would enable the DOI to contract with private appraisers who are appropriately credentialed in one state to perform appraisal and valuation services on DOI's behalf in any state. Importantly, it would also require DOI to continue to prioritize working with local appraisers, unlocking the enhanced flexibility provided by the bill only when no assignment qualified or cost competitive local appraisers are available. In short, the legislation would maximize DOI's efficiency without spending a single additional dollar of taxpayers' money. It better positions America's principal land management agency to complete land transactions of all kinds more effectively and efficiently, ensuring that the federal government can deliver on those critical projects without getting in its own way. That's why the bill has the support of Republican and Democrat members of Congress, senators, and governors. It's also supported by DOI and organizations ranging from Conservation Lands Foundation to Trout Unlimited to the Nevada Housing Coalition and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It benefits everyone from conservationists to developers who all find themselves waiting at the back of the same federal appraisals line. I want to thank my colleague and good friend, Representative Dave Joyce, for writing this much-needed legislation with me to provide a simple, bipartisan solution to a simple, bipartisan problem. And thank you to Senator Catherine Cortez Masto for championing this common-sense legislation in the Senate. It's essential that we pass the bill in this Congress so we can get it to the President's desk without delay and deliver as soon as possible on the lands projects that Americans need. Thank you, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
I have no further requests. I'm prepared to close as well.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support my legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having in a previous career studied or been licensed to do appraisals, and having studied the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice and been tested on that, I'm glad to say that this legislation doesn't exempt appraisers from having to abide by those standards. It just streamlines the process on federal land so that appraisers can, or appraisals can happen in a more timely manner. The bipartisan bill will improve the management of hundreds of millions of acres of land and is a common sense solution to make government more efficient, and we need that. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5443 as amended? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will come to order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 897 and H.R. 5441. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 897 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 462, H.R. 897, a bill to provide for the establishment of the Alabama Underwater Forest National Marine Sanctuary and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 349, the nays are 19. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Did she Ready? Shh. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from the Honorable Jenna M. Griswold, Colorado Secretary of State, containing unofficial results of the special election for Representative to Congress for the 4th Congressional District of Colorado held on June 25, 2024. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Colorado, the Honorable Greg Lopez, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there's no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection, the House will be in order. Will Representative-elect Lopez and members of the Colorado delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations. You're now a member of the 118th Congress. And without objection, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, as the Dean of the Colorado Congressional Delegation, I'm so honored to welcome Representative-elect Lopez to this chamber to represent Colorado's 4th Congressional District for the next 6 months. Representative-elect Lopez is an Air Force veteran, a small business owner, a husband, and a father. Born into a hardworking family in pursuit of the American dream, Representative Lopez is committed to working to improve the lives of his constituents. He met his wife Lisa during his military service, and they married and moved to Colorado, where they raised their 2 children. At the age of only 27, Representative Lopez was elected mayor of Parker, Colorado, which was at the time the fastest growing town in Douglas County. He worked with the town to improve infrastructure, manage growth, and support families and small businesses. Following his mayoral term, he was the director of a nonprofit that provided students from low-income families with scholarships to pursue their educational dreams. I had the honor of working with Representative Lopez when he was the president and CEO of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and later as the Colorado director of the Small Business Administration. Representative Lopez and his wife live in Elbert County, Colorado, where they continue to serve their community and give back to the state they call home. I look forward to working with the representative to support the people of Colorado with our delegation, and I'm now proud to yield to my friend, Representative Doug Lamborn, the senior member of our delegation. Doug?
The House will be in order. Shh. Take your conversations outside.
Mr. Lamborn,
I
recognized.
thank my colleague from Denver. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure and honor to rise today and welcome Representative Greg Lopez to Congress. I have every faith that Representative Lopez will serve the people of Colorado's 4th District well, as he has a history of serving his country and his community. Immediately upon graduating from high school, Representative Lopez enlisted in the Air Force, serving honorably from 1983 to 87. In 1992, at the age of 27, Representative Lopez successfully ran for mayor of Parker, Colorado, where he managed one of the fastest growing cities in America. As a matter of fact, Douglas County, Colorado, where Parker is located and which I represented part of in those years, was the fastest growing county in America for 8 years in a row. 8 years in a row. Following his time as mayor, Representative Lopez not only owned and operated a small business selling medical supplies, but also served in the Small Business Administration as the state director for Colorado from 2008 to 14. Throughout his career, Representative Lopez has been blessed with his lovely wife, Lisa, as well as their 2 children, Michael and Christina. I welcome Representative Greg Lopez not only as a friend, but now as a colleague. Welcome to the United States House of Representatives, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield to Representative Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this distinguished honor to address the members of Congress this morning. Mr. Speaker, le agradezco por este distinguido honor de dirigir a los miembros de Congreso esta noche. 4 days ago, Americans across our nation celebrated the 4th of July, our day of independence from the British Empire. It was on July 4th, 1776, that the Continental Congress adopted the Declaration of Independence. I am proud to carry the Constitution and Declaration of Independence in my pocket. I stand in this prestigious chamber. I'm filled with a sense of gratitude. Gratitude for being given an opportunity by my Lord and Savior and the good people of Colorado's 4th Congressional District to join you, my brothers and sisters, in the 118th Congress. And gratitude for my parents, Gregorio Beltran Lopez and Victoria Barron Lopez, who grew up working in the fields. Believing in the American dream, they always spoke of how America always allows everyone to live the American dream, regardless of wealth or educational achievements. And gratitude for my wife, Lisa, of 36 years. And our children, Michael and Christina, for always believing in me and standing by my side. My son was not able to join here tonight, but my wife and daughter are. My time with you is short, as I will not be serving in the 119th Congress. But in that short time, I vow to stay true to the virtues of respect, collaboration, friendship, unity, and most importantly, statesmanship. My brothers and sisters, these are the virtues the American people thirst to see once again in their national, state, and local representative. Together, let us be that beacon that people seek. Together, let us restore hope back into the American dream for the younger generation. And together, let us put people over politics. I yield back.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath of the gentleman from Colorado, the whole number of the House is now 433. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5441, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5441, a bill to reauthorize Long Island Sound programs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Minutes remaining. On this vote, the yeas are 333, the nays are 51. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Trent Kelly, as a co-sponsor of H.J. Res. 148.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House. Out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with my colleagues from the Ohio delegation to pay tribute to Cleveland officer Jamison Ritter, who made the ultimate sacrifice for our community last week. Officer,
we will suspend. The House will be in order. Shh. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Officer Ritter honorably served his country in the National Guard and Army Reserve and served his community for 4 years as a police officer. Facing the terrible risk law enforcement officers deal with every day, Officer Ritter lived the motto, protect and serve. For example, he provided heroic emergency assistance multiple times this year, including saving the life of a gunshot victim wounded just weeks ago. For his consistently selfless service, he was named Officer of the Month in May. Officer Ritter exemplified the best of law enforcement, and for that, we are profoundly grateful. May God hold Officer Ritter in the palm of his hand and give strength to his family and loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I ask all in the chamber to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of Cleveland Police Officer Jamison Ritter. I yield back.
That was very well done. Yeah. The chair will now entertain a request for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Clinton County's Camp Cadet program. Emergency first responder positions are in-demand jobs, and this camp mimics the disciplined atmosphere at a police academy. Participants are exposed to various detectives, police officers, rescuers, emergency medical technicians, and other emergency first responders. They'll engage with the participants and teach them valuable skills such as CPR. The kids learn how to march and step under command and do so to and from the various venues during the week. The Clinton County District Attorney's Office creates a mock crime scene, which is explained by detectives who also go over investigative techniques. This year, approximately 58 kids between the ages of 11 and 15 are participating in the Camp Cadet program at Commonwealth University, Lock Haven. There will also be a one-day program called the Lacey Day Camp, which is free to special needs kids who want to participate. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the volunteers and departments who made this camp possible. They have provided an opportunity to teach our young community members that law enforcement are their friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the current drought situation has reached a critical point. It's hitting hard, and many farmers have told me they've never seen anything like this in a lifetime. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 16 counties in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District are currently at a D1 drought level, and 3 are at a D2. I've witnessed firsthand the devastating effects of this drought on crops, such as withered cornfields and parched tobacco plants. Every state from Georgia to Maryland faces similar damaging drought levels. Our farmers have had enough to deal with, and a drought makes everything more challenging. It also affects local businesses that rely on the agriculture industry, creating a ripple effect across many rural communities. Today, I sent a letter to Secretary Vilsack calling for an immediate disaster designation. I strongly urge USDA to get federal assistance out the door. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Hillsdale County Sheriff's Deputy William Henry Butler, Jr., who was shot and killed in the line of duty while assisting a fellow officer during a traffic stop. Deputy Butler served our country in the National Guard for 26 years, including deployments overseas during Operation Iraqi Freedom. He then served our community in the Sheriff's Office for the past 12 years. Deputy Butler enjoyed spending time with his family, boating and fishing. He'll be remembered as a model deputy, a protector, a giver, a helper, and a family man. In a clear display of impact he left, over 2,500 law enforcement officers and hundreds of community members attended the funeral this past week to remember Deputy Butler and honor his service. Our hearts are broken for his wife, Sarah, their 5 children, and 2 grandchildren. He will be sorely missed, but never forgotten. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the historic 2024 North Atlantic Treaty Organization Summit being held here in Washington, D.C. We recognize 75 years of this indispensable NATO alliance for liberty, founded in the wake of the free world's great victory over tyranny in World War II. This week, 32 world leaders gather in Washington to demonstrate NATO's unity and strength, facing greater threats to our shared security from the likes of Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea. The Biden administration, along with bipartisan support in Congress, have strengthened NATO, including the important addition of Finland and Sweden. NATO, led by the United States and our allies, has stood resolute with our partner in liberty, Ukraine, against Vladimir Putin's tyranny and Russia's unprovoked illegal invasion of Ukraine. That could trigger the largest war on the European continent since World War II. That we must avoid. Let free people stand with our NATO allies, working together in alliance, protecting America and the rest of our free world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Ella Schaefer's incredible accomplishments. She recently earned the Congressional Award Gold Medal, which has been her goal since her first year of high school. One of the requirements is to complete 400 hours of community service. For Ella's dedication to our community, she received her award here in Washington at a ceremony for all the award winners from across the country. In addition to her congressional award, Ella has earned the Bronze and Silver Girl Scout Awards and is working on her gold. The Bronze Award was earned by collaborating with her troop to build 3 buddy benches for a local elementary school playground. She earned the Silver Award by creating an observational bee box to help protect local bee populations. Her plan for her Gold Award is to establish a youth triathlon in Savannah. She was recognized by the Girl Scouts of historic Georgia during their annual Legacy of Leadership breakfast. Ella Schaefer is the true definition of a servant leader, and we thank her for all the hard work she has done for the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Our healthcare system and social service programs were not designed with all people in mind. For decades, people with disabilities have been overlooked and ignored. They face barriers to receiving health care, such as discrimination and inaccessible medical equipment, that have led to poorer health outcomes. Negative bias and discrimination against people with disabilities has no place in our healthcare system. After 50 years of tireless advocacy by the disability community, the Department of Health and Human Services has finally strengthened civil rights protections for people with disabilities. The Biden administration's new rule brings us closer to fully realizing protections under current law by prohibiting discrimination on the basis of disability and getting all Americans health care that meets their individual needs. I'm proud to celebrate this achievement and the remarkable advocacy of the disability community that made it possible. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a truly remarkable Louisianan, Major General Lee Hopkins, and his 40 years of service in the Louisiana National Guard upon his retirement. Major General Hopkins was commissioned in 1986 through the State Officer Candidate School of the Louisiana Army National Guard. He then enlisted into the 205th Engineer Battalion and concluded his 40-year career as the Assistant Adjutant General for the Louisiana National Guard. He also shares my passion for education. General Hopkins oversaw the state's highly successful education programs, consisting of 3 Youth Challenge programs, 3 Star-Based programs, and 1 Job Challenge program to provide targeted education and STEM opportunities. His leadership positively affected the lives of more than 10,000 at-risk youth during this period. This only scratches the surface of all the incredible ways General Hopkins contributed to our state and country throughout his career. Please join me in thanking him and his service and sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep appreciation for the inclusion of community project funding requests in the fiscal year of 2025 appropriations measure that will support police departments throughout Indiana's 1st Congressional District. I am proud that these funds will directly assist with the purchase of equipment and technology that will enhance the abilities of police officers to protect themselves and our communities. This positive action would not occur without the thoughtful engagement of the House Appropriation leaders and the dedicated law enforcement personnel from 8 municipalities in Northwest Indiana, including Crown Point, Dyer, East Chicago, Griffith, Hobart, LaPorte, Schererville, and Valparaiso. I look forward to continuing to work with all of my congressional colleagues to finalize these critical requests as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
From Kentucky seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored to represent more miles of recreational lakes and marinas than any member of the U.S. House of Representatives. My wife and I and our family just came back from a great vacation, a weekend getaway at Dale Hollow Lake, near my home in Monroe County, Dale Hollow, which was located in Cumberland and Clinton counties in my congressional district. And I was thinking about all the great lakes that we have in the 1st Congressional District of Kentucky. Dale Hollow, Lake Cumberland, Barren River Lake, Green River Lake, Kentucky Lake, Lake Barkley. There's no finer places in America, no more beautiful places in America to travel. And I appreciate the economic impact that these lakes have in Kentucky and in my congressional district. And I encourage people to support these lakes. And I want to thank all the great employees, all the great staff, and all the great people that make our lakes in Kentucky what they are. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request. I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Another week gone by and another week of the press corps leaving aside what I think is the greatest long-term issue facing our country, and that is the breakdown of the family. Beginning in the 1960s with the most recent Marxists and the feminists like Kate Millay, later on a communist by the name of Angela Davis, later on Black Lives Matter, our country keeps marching towards the end of the nuclear family. And programs ever since that time are clearly designed in this in mind. The Great Society programs, Section 42 housing tax credits, giving better housing to people who are not married than people who are, health care, earned income tax credit, $6,000, $7,000 a year, TANF cash, special programs for disabled kids only eligible for the poorer people. For the single parent people. It is time for the press to look at these programs. Frequently, it is costing over $25,000 for young couples to get married rather than to not keep both parents in the house. I ask the press corps to wake up and make this an issue in this year's presidential campaign. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The question, does the gentleman have a motion?
Yeah, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.